Hello, I am Mayor Betsy Nash, and welcome to the May 19th special and regular City Council meeting. This is a hybrid meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating virtually and at the City Council chambers. Please note, public comment speaker time may be limited if there are more than 10 speakers on an item. We will also ask that if you are in person, please submit your speaker cards for all agenda items to the city clerk at this time. Tonight, we will have in-person interpretation services available. Please visit the table in the back for a headset. For those in virtual attendance, please note that there is a globe icon near the hand feature on your screen. Our interpreters this evening are Maya Fonseca, Angelica Villagran de Gonzalez, Christina Murphy, Ricardo Delgado. Thank you all for your time and services today.
Buenas noches. Esta noche contamos con servicios de interpretación en persona, también virtualmente. Si usted requiere estos servicios, por favor, visite la mesa en la parte de atrás de este recinto para recoger sus auriculares si se encuentra aquí en persona. Para aquellos que están asistiendo de manera virtual, favor de buscar el icono del globo terráqueo cerca de la mano en su pantalla de Zoom. Esta noche contamos con la presencia de los siguientes intérpretes. Virtualmente están Maya Fonseca y Ricardo Delgado. En persona están Cristina Murphy y Angélica Villagrán de González. Gracias por su tiempo y sus servicios.
Roll call. I would like to introduce City Council members and staff present in the City Council chambers are myself, Mayor Betsy Nash, Vice Mayor Jennifer Wise, and City Council members Drew Combs and Jeff Schmidt. Councilmember Cecilia Taylor will join us in closed session. Staff present include City Manager Justin Murphy, City Attorney Nira Doherty, and City Clerk Judy Heron. Closed session. Next is closed session. City Clerk Heron, please call for public comment for closed session item C1, conference with labor negotiators, Government Code Section 54957.6, labor negotiations with American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, Local 829, Service Employees International, Local 521, and Service Employees International Union, Local 521, Temporary Employees Unit.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So for any member of the public who wishes to provide comment on our closed session item C1, conference with labor negotiators, if you are in person, return that speaker card. Virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment on closed session item C1. Right. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
The City Council will now adjourn to the closed session and intends to reconvene at approximately 6 p.m. Hello, I am Mayor Betsy Nash, and we are reconvening the special and regular May 19th City Council meeting. Tonight, we have an in-person interpretation services available. Please visit the table in the back for a headset. For those in virtual attendance, please note that there is a globe icon near the hand feature on your screen.
Buenas noches. Esta noche contamos con servicios de interpretación en persona. Si usted requiere de estos servicios, por favor visite la mesa en la parte de atrás de este recinto para recoger sus auriculares. Para aquellos que están asistiendo de manera virtual, favor de buscar el icono del globo terráqueo cerca de la mano en su pantalla de Zoom. Esta noche contamos con la presencia de los siguientes intérpretes: Cristina Murphy, Maya Fonseca, Ricardo Delgado y Angélica Villagrande González. Gracias por su tiempo y sus servicios.
City Clerk Herron, would you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Nash. So for members of the public who wish to provide comment on an item on tonight's agenda, if you are in person, you'll complete a speaker card and return that to me here at the clerk's desk. If you are virtual, you'll engage that hand feature after the mayor calls for comment on that item. And if you're calling in, you will press *9 at that time. I would also like to announce that we are doing a special recruitment for the Environmental Quality Commission. For more information, please visit menlopark.gov/commissions or contact the city clerk's office. That concludes my introductions. Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. A report from closed session. I would like to introduce City Attorney Doherty for a report out from the closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. There is no reportable action.
Thank you. Agenda review. Agenda review provides advance notice to members of the public and city staff of any modifications to the agenda. To ensure staff is available and prepared, will the City Council have any questions or comments on consent calendar or informational items? City Clerk Herron, how many speaker cards have you received for the public hearings and public business, regular business items?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. We've received 3 cards for our item K1 on the anti-displacement plan.
Thank you. Does the City Council desire to modify the order of any agenda item? Public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the City Council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the City Council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Speaker time will be limited if there are more than 10 speakers. You are not required to provide your name or city of resident, but it is helpful. The City Council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore, the City Council cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. City Clerk Herron, please call for general public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on an item not on tonight's agenda, you can return that speaker card. If you are in person, virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment for items not on tonight's agenda. Okay, I do see some folks filling out cards in the back, but we do have an additional 2 on this item. So we'll go ahead and start with Elsa Schaefer, followed by Pam Jones.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for having these sessions. My name is Elsa Schaefer, and I live in Menlo Park. I'm here to share the impact report from the last year, 2025, for a group that I have been working with for 5 years now called Fixin' San Mateo County. We're a grassroots nonprofit working for transparency and accountability from our sheriff's office. Community involvement is safety and common sense. The Board of Supervisors took a historic first step by creating the Independent Civilian Advisory Commission, which began in 2024. This was based on a 2020 state legislature law, AB 185, that permitted counties to establish a civilian oversight board and an inspector general's office vis-a-vis the sheriff's office, both of which have subpoena power. Not our county yet, but we're working on that. So the last two sheriffs, all of which probably you very much know, had difficulties, behavioral difficulties, I'll call them that. Some things that may actually have been illegal. And there was too much behavioral bad treatment of people of color 2 sheriffs ago, and most recently, behavior with their own deputy sheriffs, to the extent that there were lawsuits and, the county charter changed and it was a big mess. There have been $13 million worth of payouts for lawsuits from that. And there are another $48 million worth of lawsuits pending. Not fun, all taxpayer dollars. That is in addition to the unfair treatment of people of color in our beautiful county. And I grew up thinking, oh, such a beautiful blue county. We have 62% people of color, and too many of them are not treated fairly. So we wanted to start this civilian oversight board, actually, as allowed by the law, and to get an inspector general. I'm at my 3 minutes. Oh my God. Okay, sorry. I have presents for you. This is our impact report of what we have been doing, and also our goals for this year, which are to get an inspector general's office. I'd love to have you read it.
Thank you, Elsa. Our next speaker will be Pam Jones.
Good evening, Mayor Nash, Vice Mayor Wise, council members and staff. I am Pam D. Jones, a longtime resident of Menlo Park, Bellhaven neighborhood. I belong to several organizations, sit on several boards, and program manager of Bellhaven Empowered. I'm speaking for myself only and as a close neighbor of Meta. For the record, in regards to Meta in Willow Village, I consistently stated the office space should be reduced by 50% and the housing doubled and include for-sale condominiums. Menlo Park then, as now, needs housing. This is still my thinking. The pausing of Willow Village does not include any information on housing, and that is critical to our housing element and long-awaited full-service grocery and retail. I realize that Meta has multiple options for their land. A few thoughts are, wait until after the upcoming council member election of 3 seats, meet the minimum annual review requirements until 2037, or request rezoning to support repurposing the land for an AI data center hub. Just a few. It was Meta's commitment to housing, which was desperately needed as we were updating the 2023 to 2031 housing element that drove the housing portion of the project. Although Meta's employee footprint has shrunk, the company focus has changed. We still need housing, particularly senior and lower income housing. I'm looking forward to the conversations about how Meta will support the planned housing, grocery store, neighborhood serving retail, and eliminating office space, the hotel, and the conference center portions of Willow Village. The city has a housing element compliance target through 2031. Willow Village Development Agreement is scheduled to expire in December of 2037. These dates are barely waving at each other. We have an anti-displacement plan on tonight's agenda that clearly documents the decade-long harms to the Belhaven neighborhood. Data demonstrates that displacement and gentrification intensified as Meta moved in and grew and grew and grew. The conversations need to begin now. What are our options? What are some of the possible solutions? Yes, it's Meta's land, and I acknowledge that Meta has no moral obligation to guarantee that housing is provided to ensure that the city of Menlo Park is able to move forward with our approved housing element. The city of Menlo Park has provided Meta with everything as requested, even though some of those things proved harmful to the residents. I'm also aware that it is best not to provoke the giant. I'm looking for Meta's continued dedication to Menlo Park and the community partnership as stated in the supplemental document attached to the development agreement report given at last night's Planning Commission meeting. I'm asking that at a minimum, a timeline is developed so we will all know when the full impact will be realized. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, I am seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Nash, you may continue. Oh, did you have a public comment on, we're on general public comment for items not on the agenda? You're welcome.
Good evening, Elias Blowy, Menlo Park resident, San Mateo Drive. I came to speak with you later this evening. My subject here is public participation and our ability to participate. Having just walked in the door, this doesn't tell me what agenda item you are on. I'd suggest you fix that. I tried to join by Zoom. All I got was an echo chamber. Unbelievable. Never run into that with any other Zoom call before. The other subject I talk with you about is oral communications itself. For those of you who have known me for 10 or 20 years, I have always advocated you have 2 oral communications. I see in my absence that you have eliminated that from the agenda. That's really too bad. Folks may hear something in the middle of the meeting that they want to comment on. The only time we can do it is at the beginning of the meeting. To me, it's common sense, and I think it's courtesy to allow that in the first place. And I think candidly, it's been an attempt to shorten the meetings. The meetings I used to attend were heavily city council dialogue, not enough public input in general. Embrace the public. You're really not. In my estimation, it's one of the big disappointments that I've had in Menlo Park in recent years. And things as basic as that. Finally, take this meeting itself. Having watched this meeting, trying to watch this meeting for the last hour and a half, you had a private session in front of this meeting. That kept pushing the agenda back in general. That's not courteous to us, the public, to understand when the meeting really starts. I'd urge you, and I respect you've got staff and you want to have them go home and so on, but the price of that is that the public cannot participate. So I'd really urge you to rethink getting your agenda on time and focusing on the public side of things. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, seeing no further hands or cards, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. Next, we have presentations and proclamations, and we have 3 proclamations this evening, and we will come down to the floor right now. So the first proclamation we have tonight is H1 Gun Violence Awareness Day. City Clerk Herron, please call for public comment on item H1.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item H1, our proclamation recognizing Gun Violence Awareness Day, if you are in person, return that speaker card. Virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. And this will be the final call for public comment on our first proclamation for Gun Violence Awareness Day. Seeing none, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. For Gun Violence Awareness Day, observed annually on the first Friday in June, we honor those whose lives are cut short by gun violence, as well as the countless survivors whose lives are forever altered. We also recognize the importance of responsible gun ownership, including safe storage practices, safe handling practices, and observance of local, state, and federal law. We would like to invite Commander Tony Dixon to accept the proclamation.
Wherever you want.
Our next proclamation is H2, Public Works Week. City Clerk Karen, please call for public comment on item H2.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, any member of the public wishing to speak on item H2, our proclamation recognizing Public Works Week, in person, return a speaker card. Virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, press *9 now. Final call for public comment on item H2, Public Works Week. Seeing none, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
During Public Works Week, we highlight and express our gratitude for the public work professionals who serve our city, focusing on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustain and resilient communities, and to the public health, high quality of life, and the well-being of our community and environment. Thank you to our Public Works team for all that they do to keep our city beautiful, safe, and connected. We would like to invite Public Works Director Azalea Mitch to accept the proclamation.
We're very grateful for the recognition, and please know that we are always present 24/7 and are highly committed to this community. So thank you very much for the recognition.
Okay. The final proclamation tonight is H3, Water Safety Month. City Clerk Karen, please call for public comment on item H3.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item H3, our Water Safety Month proclamation, if you are in person, return that speaker card. Virtual, engage the hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. And this will be the final call for public comment on our Water Safety Month proclamation. Seeing none, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. Water Safety Month recognizes the popularity of swimming and other water-related recreational activities and the resulting need for ongoing public education on safer water practices, including swimming lessons, the buddy system, adult supervision, following the posted rules, and always being water aware. Every year in the United States, there are over 4,000 unintentional drowning deaths. We all must do our part to keep pools, water parks, beaches, and lakes safe for people of all ages, backgrounds, and abilities. We would like to invite Menlo Swim and Sport Manager of Youth Programming, Bree Kavanaugh, and Swim School Staffing and Development Lead, Daniel Torres, to accept the proclamation.
Thank you to the City Council for recognizing Drowning Prevention Month and for your continued support of water safety in our community. At Menlo Swim and Sport, we believe water safety is a year-round skill and that consistent learn-to-swim programs help children and families build confidence, strengthen skills, and stay safer in and around the water throughout every season. Over the past 20 years, we've provided an estimated 850,000 swim and camp lessons, including more than 38,000 scholarship lessons that have helped expand access to these life-saving skills. We're also proud to continue growing our adult swim lessons and adaptive aquatics program to better support individuals with diverse needs. Every lesson represents confidence, safety, and potentially a life saved, and we are grateful to partner with the City of Menlo Park in this important work. Daniel will now share our swim school mission statement in Spanish.
En la Escuela de Natación Menlo Swim and Sport, nuestra misión es formar nadadores seguros, confiados, de todas edades y experiencias, ofreciendo clases de natación cómodas, de apoyo y accesibles para todos, desde bebés que dan su primer clavado hasta adultos que enfrentan sus miedos o perfeccionan sus habilidades.
In the city of Menlo Park, we would like to make sure that everybody feels comfortable in the water, from children all the way to adults who face their fears in the water, and we protect you and your abilities. The city of Menlo Park wants to ensure that everybody feels comfortable in the water, from children to adults.
We'll now move on to consent calendar. Under the consent calendar, the City Council may take action to approve routine business items in one motion unless a City Council member, city staff member, or a member of the public requests that an item be discussed or continued to a later date. City Clerk Karen, do we have any public comments on the consent calendar?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our consent calendar items, I-1, City Council meeting minutes, I-2, an agreement for food delivery services at the Belhaven Child Development Center, or I-3, an amendment to the Peninsula Clean Energy Funding Agreement. If you are in person, return that speaker card. virtual engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment on our consent calendar items I-1, I-2, and I-3. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. Is there a motion and second on the table to approve the consent calendar?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor by City Councilmember Taylor and a second by Vice Mayor Wise to approve the consent calendar. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Councilmember Combs.
Yes.
City Councilmember Taylor.
Yes.
City Councilmember Schmidt.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wise.
Yes.
Mayor Nash.
Yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Public hearing. Public hearings are a formal proceeding held in order to receive testimony from all interested parties on a proposed issue or action. The first public hearing is J1, consider and adopt a resolution to amend and restate the Meta Classic Campus Conditional Development Permit to increase the maximum height of buildings 12 and 14 from 48 feet to 62 feet to accommodate a new 3-story atrium, correct existing building heights, remove the references to the previous address, and remove completed conditions of approval at 1 Hacker Way. City Council Member Combs will be recused from this item. City Council Member Combs, please state the reason for recusal.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Nash. I am recused from this item because Meta is my employer.
Thank you. Here to introduce the item is Senior Planner Chris Turner.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor Nash and council members. I'm Chris Turner, Senior Planner. Tonight, we will be discussing the 1 Hacker Way proposed conditional development permit amendments. The proposed project tonight is to amend the conditional development permit, or CDP, for the Meta Classic campus. This is the original Meta campus located on the north side of the Bayfront Expressway at the intersection of Bayfront Expressway and Willow Road. The project site is governed by a CDP, which details the allowed uses and site development standards, such as the maximum gross floor area and height. The overarching project is a proposal to construct a new 3-story atrium that would connect buildings 12 and 14, which are the 2 buildings on the north of the project site, and to construct other minor additions and modifications to Building 10, which is on the southwesternmost building on the campus. There are 2 distinct actions associated with the proposal. The first, and what the City Council will be discussing, being asked to act on tonight, is to amend the CDP to increase the maximum height of buildings 12 and 14 from 48 feet to 62 feet to accommodate the new atrium. This amendment would only apply to the atrium and would not apply to the existing portions of buildings 12 and 14. Additional amendments are more cosmetic in nature and include removing conditions of approval from the CDP that have been completed, mostly roadway and intersection improvements, correcting the height of the existing buildings, 12 and 14, which are listed at 35 feet, but they're 48 feet, which are updated, and then updating the CDP to reflect the current address, which is 1 Hacker Way, it's formerly 1601 Willow. The second item is a major modification. The major modifications are required when major architectural changes are proposed to the project site. These modifications are actually subject to action by the city manager and is not an item on which the city council would act on tonight. However, the CDP amendment is required to implement a portion of the proposed major modification. So that major modification, as I mentioned, includes construction of the new lobby atrium, a new lobby and canopy on Building 10, a small addition to Building 10, and then other interior renovations. The atrium, as I mentioned, requires approval of the CDP amendment due to the proposed height. However, the rest of the items would be able to be implemented under the existing CDP. The Planning Commission reviewed the project at the April 13th, 2026 meeting and were supportive of the proposed CDP amendments and the major modifications. So therefore, tonight, Planning Commission and staff are recommending approval of the CDP amendments to increase the allowed height for the atrium, to correct the building height typos, to remove completed conditions, and to update the address of the project site. Separately, the Planning Commission also recommended approval of the major modifications to the city manager, but those would be acted on separately at a later time. Thank you. And with that, I can answer any questions. We also have members of the project team here and online.
Thank you. Are there any clarifying questions from City Council before we open the public hearing? Thank you. I would like to open the public hearing. City Clerk Herron, do we have any public comments on this item?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item J1 related to the Meta Classic Campus Conditional Development Permit at 1 Hacker Way, if you are in person, return a speaker card. If you are virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. Okay, looks like we have 2 speakers. So this will be the final call for public comment on item J1 related to the conditional development permit at 1 Hacker Way, the Meta Classic Campus. All right, we will go ahead and start with Elias Blowy.
Good evening again, Elias Blowy. I don't have any particular comments on the narrow subject itself. The atrium kind of makes sense to me in terms of presenting the building reasonably. The reason, though, I approached the microphone was much bigger picture. So we're at a crossroads with respect to Meta. We can read it in the newspaper. Folks are getting laid off. The company's changing direction. It's walking away. It and its founders are walking away from numerous commitments. Commitments that presumably, while not enforceable as a contract matter, are things that we expected. I'd urge the City Council to put as an agenda item relationship with Meta. It's just not the good old days. This is also a situation that has imposed upon us, when you look at the ABAG-driven requirements for housing, a huge amount of additional housing. For what, in retrospect? For what? Same comment with respect to M2. So we're jamming our city with housing for employers who are in the process of walking away from community commitments. That's not right, not fair. So I'd urge the council really to have a serious study session on that bigger picture topic. As to this narrower topic, that's fine. This is ordinary course, but the rubric is under the conditional use permit. The final comment I would make, and I have made this before for folks who know me, I do not support city manager delegation on subjects like this. I think their policy matters ultimately are things that are near policy matters. I just don't think you should delegate those. And it's also, in turn, those are things that don't happen in a public forum. Witness my prior comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Dash Leeds.
Hello, my name is Dashel Leeds. I'm the Conservation Coordinator for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. We're commenting regarding the new 3-story atrium. It appears, based on our reading of the documents, that some of the upper parts of the structure will not have bird safety treatment due to its close proximity to the bay, increased height, and due to the fact that the atrium is a bird hazard element. We believe that the proposed untreated parts of the structure should have bird safety treatment applied. And if that treatment isn't applied, then at a minimum, we ask that you monitor the structure for bird strikes for at least 3 full years, using the same methodology that was used during the 600 Clyde Avenue project in Mountain View. There are snowy plovers nested close to the project site, so this monitoring is especially important. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comment. All right, I am seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. I will now close the public hearing and open for City Council discussion. So I will start with, could you please comment on the bird safe glass and what part of the atrium it covers?
Sure. So the underlying zoning district of the Classic Campus is office, which includes a number of green and sustainable building requirements. A subsection of that is bird safety. There's a requirement for no more than 10% of any facade to have non-bird safe glazing. So that was a requirement of this project. The plans show that pretty much the entire atrium, except for the lowest kind of 10 feet or so, all of it is bird safe glazing, except for that lowest roughly 10 feet.
So obviously that means that on the very top, which might be more prone to bird strikes, will be bird safe treated.
Correct.
Just the very bottom part.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
correct.
Thank you. Other questions? All right, I had another question, and that is the health of the relocated tree going to be monitored?
Yes, so that would be part of the major modification approval. There's a list of conditions of approval. One of them is that the tree will be relocated and protected per the provided relocation plan, which does include a number of measures to ensure health of the tree while it's being transported, while it's being replanted, and then a monitoring plan following its replanting. So that all of that would have to be implemented as per the conditions of approval.
Is there, will there be any long-term monitoring, like several years, 3 years?
I think the plan in that the relocation plan has a 36-month monitoring plan.
And what happens if it is not thriving? If you know.
If it's not thriving or if it dies in transport, we would have the applicant apply for a heritage tree removal permit and then replace the value of the tree as if it was a development-based removal.
Thank you. And then when is Meta planning to break ground for this project? Do we have any idea what their timeline is, given the recent experience with the other project?
That I may defer to the applicant team. They're here and online.
Yeah, so if the applicant team can engage their hand feature. Oh, it looks like I have Leticia Ford. Leticia, I'll go ahead and promote you now.
Hi, the intent is that we would break ground towards the mid half of next year, second half of next year.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? All right. I guess I would just like to reiterate what has been stated by a couple commenters tonight, and certainly what I believe what is felt by the community, and that is just that there's a tremendous disappointment and concern with the pausing of Willow Village, and it really everyone, I would say, especially the Belhaven neighborhood, was very excited and counting on the grocery store and the housing and the other amenities. And the housing is documented in the housing element, and it is really making us pause, and we will have to take a good look at our housing and all. And while we appreciate the intent to continue community programs outlined in the development agreement, it is deeply disappointing. And we do hope that something can come of this. Councilmember Schmidt.
Thank you. This was just to make sure I had a correct reading of the report. So I saw this when it came in front of planning. It looks pretty similar. I think for staff, maybe was there anything I missed? But is this pretty much what we saw during planning, or was there anything else substantial added or changed?
During the Planning Commission hearing?
Oh, I was at the Planning Commission hearing and I kind of heard all the details. Part of the reason I don't have any comment is I'd heard it the first round and then I saw the tree thing that came in, but then I read this and it felt very much like what Planning Commission saw. So I'm assuming there were no big changes between Planning Commission and now?
Correct. No changes at all. It's the same project. Planning Commission reviewed.
Great. Thanks.
All right. Would someone like to make a motion and a second?
My turn. I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by City Councilmember Schmidt and a second by Vice Mayor Wise to approve amendments to the conditional development permit for the Meta Classic Campus at 1 Hacker Way to increase the maximum height of buildings 12 and 14 from 48 feet to 62 feet to accommodate a new 3-story atrium, correct misidentified existing building heights, remove the references to the previous address of 1601 Willow Road, and remove completed conditions of approval, which are presented in the form of an amendment and restated conditional development permit. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
City Councilmember Schmidt?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wise?
Yes.
Mayor Nash?
Yes.
And the motion passes with City Council Member Combs recused. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will now take a moment for City Council Member Combs to rejoin the meeting. The final public hearing tonight is introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance to repeal and replace Chapter 16.79 Accessory Dwelling Units of Title 16 of the Menlo Park Municipal Code for consistency with state law and incorporating local objective standards. Here to introduce the item is Associate Planner Matthew Pruder.
Good evening, Mayor Nash, Vice Mayor Wise, council members, and members of the public. I am Matt Pruder, Associate Planner, and tonight I'll be providing a brief presentation for the first reading of the ADU ordinance update. The purpose of tonight's item is to introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance to repeal and replace Chapter 16.79 of the Menlo Park Municipal Code. This is the Accessory Dwelling Units, or ADU ordinance, and we'll be calling it ADU ordinance for the remainder of the meeting. We are completing this update now because our current ordinance is not in compliance with state law, and this update will ensure that the city both complies with state law and establishes local objective standards for applicable ADUs. This ADU ordinance update is also implementing 4 of the city's housing element programs, which I've listed here on this slide as well. I would now like to clarify the differences between 2 categories of ADUs we are accounting for during this ADU ordinance update. We have the terms state ADU and local ADU to offer a simpler naming system for all ADUs moving forward. State ADUs, also termed state-mandated ADUs or 66323 ADUs, are units that are subject to Government Code Section 66323, and they have very limited regulations that are guaranteed by state law. The categories of ADUs that could fall under the state ADU regulations include detached ADUs not exceeding 800 square feet, conversion or internal ADUs, I'll be referring to them as internal ADUs the rest of the way, and JADUs. For state ADUs, additionally, there are some limited regulations, and we have, a little breakdown here of the different kinds of ADUs. For the detached ADUs, it's very clear that it's a separately detached building or structure. For internal ADUs, the square footage will depend on the floor area limit or the floor area ratio. And the JADUs are limited to no more than 500 square feet in size. For multifamily developments, for single-family developments, the maximum number of units as state ADUs are 3 units. So one of each of those 3 units would be possible for a single-family development. For multifamily developments under the state ADU regulations, the number of internal ADUs would be at least 1 and could be up to 25% of the existing on-site multifamily units. The number of detached ADUs varies based on whether the multifamily development is existing or new. So as a quick breakdown, if it's an existing building, one could have up to 8 detached ADUs. And if it's a new building, one could have up to 2 detached ADUs at a multifamily development. We've added a statement in the ADU ordinance that indicates that if 2 detached ADUs are included within a new multifamily development project, then no additional ADUs, detached ADUs would be possible in the future. Therefore, it would be only 2 detached ADUs that first time, and no additional detached ADUs would be possible. And moving on to local ADUs on the right, the ADU ordinance contains local objective standards, and state law allows for us to establish local objective standards. And the following subcategories of ADUs would be considered local ADUs, which would be attached ADUs that are basically ADUs that are attached to an existing building and involve an expansion of an existing building's footprint. And then there are also detached ADUs that are included that exceed 800 square feet in size. So if they're more than 800 square feet in size, they fall subject to the local ADU requirements. And then we have here for single family and multifamily, both choosing this path of a local ADU would result in a maximum of 1 local ADU allowed on the site. And so basically, the key thing to take away for both sets of ADUs is that for single-family development, it's quite simple. You could choose state ADUs and have up to 3 ADUs, one of each kind. Or if you choose the local ADU path on a single-family development, you could only have the one local ADU and no other ADUs. So there are 2 choices that could be made there. With multifamily, there are a few different scenarios here that I've outlined, so I don't want to go into too much detail there. On April 13th of this year, the Planning Commission voted to recommend adoption of the ADU ordinance with 2 modifications provided. The first modification was to eliminate all parking minimums for all ADUs citywide, and the second was to allow for one ADU to exceed the floor area limit maximum for a property by up to 800 square feet, but allowing for subsequent permits to allow remodeling or additions on that one ADU instead of only allowing the ADU construction one time. So the second option is a little more complicated, but it would allow for a smaller ADU that's exceeding when it's first built, say 400 or 500 square feet, to add on over separate multiple instances until it reaches the 800 square foot exceedance. And before, when we had an exceedance, we would have that one-time ADU construction, whatever that size was. If it was a 400 square foot ADU and it exceeded by 400 square feet, that would be the end of the exceedance. In this proposal, there would be an ability to add on in that additional 400 square feet till you achieve the 800 square feet. So there could be maybe multiple stages or phases over time. In addition, the Planning Commission, on the second bullet there, the larger one, the Planning Commission recommended that City Council direct staff to evaluate ADU subdivisions, but as a separate future effort. Looking more closely at state ADUs, the key items of concern are the following. Just going over some of these bullets quickly. First, regarding maximum square footage for state ADUs, we have a new detached ADU maximum of 800 square feet. And with internal ADUs, there is a specific detail here of no more than 50%, or sorry, less than 50%, not equal to less than 50% of the existing primary dwelling unit. And also at the same time being subject to whatever the floor area limit or ratio maximums would be for the site. State law does not establish a maximum square footage specifically for internal ADUs, but in a practical sense, this type of ADU would not, remain an ADU if it equaled or exceeded the 50% threshold, because it would be matching or larger than the primary unit. A JADU, we mentioned, has a maximum of 500 square feet, as noted there. Regarding setbacks, we have the front setback that would basically depend on how an 800 square foot ADU could fit onto a property while still maintaining 4-foot side and rear setbacks. And so this is not a set number per state law, but the setback cannot preclude an 800 square foot ADU from being constructed. There is a requirement, however, for side and rear setbacks of 4 feet. So that's very straightforward for side and rear. The the internal ADUs and JADUs could be built within existing nonconformities within existing residences. So those nonconformities could remain in the same kind of footprint that's already in existence. For height, there's a bit of a variation here. Across the board, single family maximum height is 16 feet for a detached ADU. But if it's within a half mile of major transit stop, it could be 18 feet, and it could be up to 20 feet if there is a roof pitch that the primary residence has that the ADU could match. So we can get an additional 2 feet for that. Multifamily across the board is just 18 feet for a state ADU max height. And there is no parking restriction already for state ADU. So if you have a state ADU of any kind, there's no parking required. That's currently state law, and we will be consistent with that. Moving over to the local ADUs now, just kind of a similar breakdown. Some of this is already quite similar, but there are a few key points I'd like to bring up that are different. We have similar setbacks, as I've mentioned, for the state ADUs. They're also applicable here with the local ADUs. Height is the same for detached local ADUs, but for attached local ADUs, where you're adding onto the building footprint, let's say you want to add on to an existing second story of an existing primary residence, the maximum height would be 25 feet or the zoning district's respective height limit, whichever is lower. And I think in most cases, should typically be 25 is lower than most single-family residential zoning and other zoning districts. We have these other requirements that relate to single-family zoning mostly. Daylight plane, the building profile requirements would apply when attached to an ADU. The interior access requirement is something we've established through a few rounds with Planning Commission, but it would be for situations with local ADUs only, that 2 independent locking doors would be required between the attached type of ADU and the primary residence. And that also needs to be consistent with the California Building Standards Code. And we also have requirements here for covered porch limitations, exterior lighting, and through the discussions and work with the Planning Commission, additionally, no parking requirement, no parking minimums for these ADUs, which would mean no parking minimums for any of the ADUs in the city. A little more here to point out on local ADUs specifically. There are specific limitations here with bedroom count and the square footage size that we've aligned here for the 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom scenarios. And the other item here that I'd like to point out is accessibility could allow for additional local ADU square footage if an ADU that is a local ADU provides the necessary ADA compliance that is consistent with California Building Code. Instead of an 800 square foot maximum, we would allow an additional 100 square feet for a 900 square foot maximum. And so that could be an additional exceedance of 900 instead of 800 square feet. Another 100 square feet of exceedance could be possible. And with the added Planning Commission recommendation, 1 ADU could exceed the total floor area limit, floor area ratio, by up to 800 square feet over those kind of multiple iterations, as I mentioned before in that bottom bullet point. And so moving on, nearing the end here with the staff recommendation, we recommend as staff that you city council members waive the first reading of the ordinance to repeal chapter 1679, the ADU ordinance, and replace it with this new ordinance that we've provided. We also recommend that you authorize staff to complete non-substantive corrections prior to our submission to the California Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD. And just quickly mentioning some next steps here. Following tonight's meeting, we will be submitting the ADU ordinance to HCD. And then we've also set up the second reading and a potential adoption date for the ADU ordinance at the June 9th City Council meeting in a few weeks' time. And based on that adoption date of June 9th, 2026, the ADU ordinance would become effective 30 days later on July 9th, 2026. If all goes according to plan and the schedule stays on, that would be the schedule for adoption and a subsequent effective date. And so with that, I'd like to thank you all for your time this evening, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Are there any clarifying questions from City Council before we open public hearing? Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Nash, and thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to find out if you could clarify the front setback. When you say it must allow for 800 square feet, what does that mean?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Taylor. So state law does not quantify a front setback. It is very specific on the focus of guaranteeing an 800 square foot ADU can be built on site. And so we have setbacks in single family residential zoning districts. 20 feet is typical, and we have other areas with slightly different front setbacks. And the way that it is set up in state law, mainly within government code sections 66314 through 66323, there's discussion in a few sections about the requirements of the 4-foot side, 4-foot rear. And then when it comes to the front, we have to make sure that an 800 square foot ADU is not encroaching into the 4-foot side and rear. And if it needs to go in toward the front area, there's no specific quantifying limitation. As long as an 800 square foot ADU is possible and can be built, that's what we're looking for. So it basically is not really more detailed than that on a number basis. So I think this will vary on, a lot width and an applicant coming forward and showing us the feasibility of providing the ADU. And if it indeed is 800 square feet and there is no, other reasonable location avoiding the 4-foot side and rear setbacks.
And how does that accommodate the neighboring properties? Because I've seen an ADU that actually blocks visibility from the next door property. So how do you account or mitigate or prevent that from happening in accommodating the 800 square feet needed?
I think that will be, a difficult item for jurisdictions to reconcile with generally, because state law has kind of left this quite open and unclear and not providing an exact number. And in doing so, I think we would have to, we work with applicants on feasibility of the location. And I think there are some clear ideas around the square footage of an ADU to be very clear that if there's, another location on site that's feasible, we haven't really dealt with that directly, like applicants who have presented an ADU like attached to a main residence going into the front setback recently with state law in the current form. So I think we will probably see this soon enough. We'll have to deal with this. But I would just stress that we really can't preclude the 800 square foot ADU. We're obligated to allow for at least that. And it may be the case that there is some encroachment. I would hope that it wouldn't be the entire front yard. It wouldn't be up to the zero lot line scenario. But it may be possible that a very complicated, a very narrow and small lot that's very tight may not have another way to do so. And they may be entitled to that based on state law.
Thank you.
Through the mayor.
Please.
Oh, me. I wanted to add to that the city, this Menlo Park, as well as most cities I've worked with and we've worked with, have long taken the position with the state ADU laws that they do not require a city to permit an ADU within the established front setback. That is how we have always permitted and processed ADUs. Recently, HCD has told Menlo Park directly, as well as a number of other cities, that the state ADU laws do not reserve to cities the discretion to prohibit an 800 square foot detached ADU in the front setback. And so that has been a change in direction from the state in interpreting the state ADU laws that we did not previously take. So I wanted to offer that because the city has long taken the position that for the reasons you articulated, ADU should not be permitted in a front setback, but the state disagrees.
So just to pursue that a little bit further, in the staff report, it was saying that it would allow an 800-foot ADU in the setback if that was necessary. How do you define necessity?
I think initially I definitely can defer to our city attorney for further clarification, but the main, I think, starting points would be focusing on where the ADU would be in relation to required 4-foot rear and side setbacks. And if there's, ability to position an ADU in a way that doesn't encroach into a front setback that's required for a main residence, for example, or minimally encroaches into a front setback, I think that would be the initial kind of thought process. And then if it is indeed 800 square feet or less, if it's larger, it's subject to our local requirements. So that automatically changes how we handle that processing. And then, the other, I think, part of it would just be the lot constraints in the size. And it's really the calculation of the lot dimensions and how that plays in with setbacks. And with the front, in terms of necessity, I don't think we have a specific definition on that either. I think it's really something we have to work with very carefully.
Is it something where an applicant could be required to redesign their ADU because it's actually feasible to stick to have the ADU within the, outside of the front setback if they made it like wider. And anyway, if they just change the dimensions, or is that something where it's really looking, given the design that they are bringing forward, is there any other place, if that makes sense?
So with state ADUs, it would be difficult for us to give specific comments to require them and compel them, but we could, work with applicants and try to see if there's a way to consider. It might not be as strong as a requirement, but more of a recommendation or some guidance on suggested approaches to mitigating that potential impact.
What about with local ADUs?
Local ADUs are not, I think, subject to the same kind of, necessity in the sense that we have to let a state ADU be constructed. And with a local ADU, we have to allow for it, but I think we have more discretion on how we've set up the requirements. And, in the ordinance that we've established here with our proposal tonight, we have set up more criteria and more variety of criteria to require certain additional, expectations with how the ADU would be designed.
But specifically within the 4-foot front setback.
Local ADUs cannot be constructed in the front setback.
Even by state guaranteed allowance may override if necessary to accommodate 800-foot unit.
Right, but that
local ADU.
That would only apply to an attached ADU. Otherwise, it's automatically a state ADU because it's detached and 800 square feet or less.
Thank you. Councilmember Schmidt.
Thanks for the presentation. I just want to make sure I'm reading two things correctly. On the Planning Commission recommendation page, the second sub-bullet around the floor area limit and the floor area ratio. So I'm reading that precisely. And then 3 slides later, I think that language was picked up in actually what we're doing the reading for tonight. I want to make sure that that's an exact translation of larger ADUs and higher ADUs that the Planning Commission was discussing. Is that, it's sort of the midway down 3 pages later, is that a one-to-one translation of that intent?
I'm sorry, you're saying that's from the staff report, or could you clarify?
From the slide deck
that is presented. Okay.
Yeah, the slide, the presentation. So the second bullet under Planning Commission recommendations on the floor area limit and the floor area ratio, I read that pretty precisely. And then 3 pages later, it seems to say the exact same thing. So I just want to make sure that what the Planning Commission discussed and was recommending is translating exactly into the report and into what you're recommending.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, cool. And then the second one was around the recommendation of a future, looking at the future subdivisions, and we can talk about that later during the discussion. But I remember that was for I think the almost explicit intent of ownership and being able to sell it separately. I didn't see it on the page, so I just want to make sure that that was part of what the discussion will be about in the future.
Yes, and I think the issue here is also to do with the fact that this was a recommendation to discuss and not to include in any of the ordinance language today. And so it's kind of initiating a future discussion or setting up something for the future, and it would be a separate action, but similarly through an ordinance. And I think to quickly note, it would involve a little more than this ordinance. We focused on chapter 16.79. We would also have to deal with the subdivision ordinance for the mapping details as well in both chapter 6, title 16 and title 15. So it would be inclusive of both of those ordinances, those titles, I'm sorry, of the municipal code.
That's great. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I was interpreting both of those a little more precisely. So thank you.
Are there any other clarifying questions before we open? All right. So at this time, I would like to open the public hearing. City Clerk Karen, do we have any public comments on this item?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item J2, first reading and introduction of an ordinance related to accessory dwelling units. If you are in person, return that speaker card. Virtual, engage a hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. Okay, looks like we currently have one speaker, so this will be the final call for public comment on item J2. All right, inviting up Elias Blowy.
Good evening again. This was the item actually that I came for. So resident Menlo Park, 30 plus years, San Mateo Drive area, West Menlo Park. I would urge council, before getting into the details, to go back to big picture objectives. Increase housing stock. I support that. I support ADUs conceptually. That is not what we are getting in West Menlo Park. What we are getting, and again, I speak in terms of generalities, so there will be exceptions to this. What we are getting, generation 1, was luxury pool houses. What we're getting now in generation number 2, now that they're attached, is simply more square footage. We are not achieving the objective to such an extent that I may file a comment letter with the state, because enough's enough on this. You're jamming neighbors with these, and all it is in many cases is more square footage for the primary residence gussied up as an ADU. Just look around. Better yet, read the staff report in the Planning Commission. So, and I think unfortunately, that was unfortunate that what was in the Planning Commission staff report did not end up directly in your report. You have to read it over in the Planning Commission report. So here's the key, and this is about the interior access, which to me is a barn door for increasing the square footage of the primary house. The city's current ADU ordinance does not include interior access limitations, which has resulted in all ADUs being permitted to have internal access to the main residence. Staff has observed, not me, staff has observed that many designs appear to be extensions of the primary residence and not independent units. I can observe that too. So why are we condoning that? We should not condone that. And everything you do and focus on, I realize there's a barn door here that is potentially open, but why have things like this interior access? I support the granny at home with the extended family. That's not what's happening. We're driving housing to be less affordable, not more affordable. We now have decamillionaires moving into West Menlo Park in $7 and $8 and $10 million houses that nominally have an ADU, but they really don't. It's just more big house with an unlimited basement on top of that. So I'm really disappointed in where this comes out in the reality separate from what the rules say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up will be Pam D. Jones, followed by Katie Peruzzi.
Good evening again. Still Pam Jones here. This is an ADU that was approved a couple of years ago. And I remember attending all the Planning Commission meetings around it because the ADU was being built in the front yard, and it's at 590 Hamilton. And they finally have made substantial progress on it. And it's a nice 2-story box that's in the front yard. That is, we were able to move it back, whatever the minimum is, but the original design practically had it in the street. It was so close to the fence. But I think it would make sense to look at a structure like that because I know that I wouldn't want all the houses in the community looking like that. It's just not a look. It really takes away from the aesthetics of the community. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Katie Baruzzi, followed by Adina Levin.
Hi, Katie Baruzzi. I serve on the Planning Commission, but I'm speaking for myself. And I just wanted to share a couple of things. Yes, we see a lot of redevelopment, property redevelopments, typically actually in West Menlo Park in districts 4 and 5, that are very large houses with attached ADUs that are probably going to be used for extra space for family or extended family. I wish that we had more generous options for people with those large lots who want to redevelop. I have friends who would be happy to, when they sell their house and move into the V or some other retirement community, build some smaller houses on their property. But the SB 9 thing doesn't really work for them. They've had an ADU in their backyard and they've been renting it for years. But I guess for right now, because of our zoning code, there are some limitations in what people can do. And I think I might have shared with some of you, there's actually a not Heritage Foundation. Another one of those conservative think tanks actually used Menlo Park as an example in a white paper that they wrote about what they called the McMansionization of areas like ours. And they were basically talking about how with our restrictive zoning on large lots, you're getting bigger and bigger houses and not necessarily the missing middle housing that we need. That said, I really want to draw attention to the fact that we just don't have enough rental housing for people making, less than $200,000 a year. I mean, my own sister is about to be priced out of Menlo Park. Her duplex just got sold. She was already paying $4,000 a month in rent. Now it's going to be turned into something else. And she's basically thinking that she's going to need to leave the area. I see a lot of ADUs not so much in West Menlo, but in other parts of our city that are being rented out. And I think that's great. And I really want to make sure that we can do what we can to make that feasible for folks, both so that they can have sources of income and so that we can continue to have rental properties. And finally, I would say that this is a reason why it might be nice to tackle that rental registry project, because it would be great to know how many of our ADUs are actually hitting the market. So I know you're going to be talking about anti-displacement later, and I am looking forward to hearing your thoughts on the rental registry, especially as concerns our ADU market. Thanks so much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is going to be Adina Levin.
Yes, Adina Levin, Menlo Park president, and wanted to support some things that were said by the previous commenter, including I like the segue to the rental registry if people are concerned that people are not renting out ADUs, and rental registry is a good way to know. I think in terms of the design standards, having the flexibility, including potentially in the future going further and allowing more splitting and therefore more properties affordable at different levels of income will be helpful for the city. One reason it's bad for affordability if it takes 5 years to do an apartment building, and it's bad for current residents, and even affordability at the more expensive level of an ADU for it to take a really long time to do house remodels and ADUs. So I think that any number of steps to streamline, including having the objective standards for ADUs, and then taking the next step in streamlining house remodels too, and enabling more kinds of lot splits also is a good direction for the city to make it more flexible. And I think the other point is that in having lived in other locations with neighborhoods that were built before, very meticulous and specific zoning, you wind up with neighborhoods that have houses of various different shapes and sizes and designs. And I actually think that over time, that is aesthetically appealing to have that variation. And so I do not have trouble with, things that look different. I think that over time, that makes for an attractive neighborhood that accommodates different kinds of families and household configurations. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. All right, seeing no further hands or cards, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. I will now close the public hearing and open for City Council discussion.
Mayor Nash, I'm sorry, through the mayor, I need to correct something I said. So
certainly,
you're correct that per the state laws and as currently memorialized in our ordinance, a local ADU, specifically an attached ADU, which an attached ADUs cannot be state mandated ADUs, but an attached ADU of 800 square feet or less could be constructed in the front setback. So that would definitely be an exceptional circumstance given typical configurations of single family dwellings, but it is of the single family dwellings, but it is possible that someone could add on an attached ADU in the front of their house and build it into the front setback. And that is specifically contemplated by state ADU laws.
And you're saying that's within attached ADU?
That's for an attached specifically, yeah.
Thank you. Does anyone want to start, or I can? So I have a question about some of the comments that were made about the ADUs not being used as housing. What can we do? Is there anything that we can do? Especially comments were made that it would be great to have the rental registry up and going. So we find out that certain ADUs are not being used, are not being rented, are not being used for housing. Is there anything within the state, given the state laws are fairly, really have a lot of constraints on us? Is there anything that we can do to make sure that an ADU is being used for housing, or is there anything either upfront or later if we find that it's being used for a pool house or whatever? I certainly agree with the speaker or with the public commenter that there's numerous examples around town of that.
Yeah, thank you for the question, and definitely the feedback from the public comments on this matter. It was discussed a bit at the Planning Commission, as was rightfully discussed in the public commenters' remarks. And I think key takeaway is that with state ADUs, we have to allow whatever that type of ADU is presenting. And so there are requirements per the building code on fire rating, on access and egress, and certain details that set up how one would enter and exit an ADU. But at the end of the day, we can only do so much from the review and inspection standpoint. So I think there are limitations there. With the local ADU provisions that we've set up, the two independent locking doors, I think works towards a more restrictive mechanism to ensure that these are two independent units. But again, that's only for local ADUs that have that connection. And so that would be the other key point. I think the other item to note is that detached ADUs, we look at the plans, we see the inspection, it should have a kitchen, it should have, sanitary facilities, it should have living quarters. in these essential elements. And so it would seem that it's ready and capable for servicing a separate independent living unit. But at the same time, I think the ability to verify and be sure of these ADUs being independent, separate, maybe another family member, maybe an independent, separate family altogether, different household. I think those are a little more challenging to verify. But I know with your direction, you can have us work on the registry and these different elements for data collection. But I think I'd have to defer to other staff and city attorney on how we go about those protocols. But that's my understanding.
I guess what I'm wondering is that at the end of the day, even if we do verify that something is not being used for housing, is there any recourse?
No.
Thank you. Councilmember Combs.
I mean, I have very broad comments here, but I don't think we can let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And in the same way, I could go purchase a duplex and leave it empty, and there is no obligation. And I see this every day. I see that like it actually is just a master suite, and there's just that kitchen is just really just a kitchenette, and we see this. But the hope is that like some percentage of these ADUs are being used as intended. And if it isn't, again, maybe some sort of registry at least provides us some visibility. Like if it is like just 20%, then that's 20% that we didn't have otherwise. And so that's how I see it, even though, again, like I have certainly seen more examples of it not being used as a separate housing unit than it being used as a housing unit. But there is no law that allows us. And even if there was, then there's a whole enforcement regime and the cost that all comes with that would have to be put in place. And so again, those are again my very, very broad thoughts.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Nash. And just as a follow-up, with the additional square footage of the ADU, the property's taxes still increase. There's no waiver for ADUs and property taxes? No. So with the rental registry, the city has a list of all the ADUs that have been permitted over the past 5 years. So if we institute a rental registry, we could go back and make a request that all of these register?
In theory, that is possible, yes.
Thank you. And then my next question is, what's the minimum lot size to build an ADU in the front?
There is none.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Schmidt.
Thanks again for the presentation. I think I wanted to take a sort of an adjacent path and ask the question similar to Councilmember Combs. The part about the technical assistance letter from HCD. So I just want to make sure I understand the impact that this has on our housing element and making sure we're checking as many boxes as we need to. So we got that technical assistance letter. We're putting this in place as a modernization effort, I guess. And then that is sort of a three-part question. So that kind of keeps us on the right side of these set of milestones related to the housing element. Is that the right way to look at? So whatever we put in here, as long as it's more closely aligned to state law and meets the requirements of that letter, that meets the obligations from that letter. Is that a good way to think about it?
In a high-level sense, yes, that is correct.
Okay, great. So then this is related to connecting the dots to the earlier question is, so part of what we're doing here is making sure we're staying in compliance with housing element. That sort of second bite at the apple that we talked about in future that the Planning Commission recommended around looking at different lots and buying and selling and all that. That's more our initiative that we can do, kind of when we're ready. There's no requirement in the housing element to do that part of it. That's just a refinement of the basic requirement. Is that a good way to think about it?
Yes, and it's a voluntary action that jurisdictions can take. So I think it's in the spirit of enhancing and promoting additional growth of ADUs and more opportunities for ownership and, housing different income needs and so on.
Got it. And then maybe the last question, this is a basic one, and apologies, I just have forgotten this, I guess, in all this stuff is so how do ADUs count against our RENA numbers? Do they, and this is just, I'm sure I knew this at one point and it's just fog of war, but they do count, right? So how do those count?
I'll take that one. Thank you. So yes, they do count towards our housing production, and we are able to count them for different income levels. So there's a breakdown that the state allows in terms of like counting them at different percentages. So they're not all at one income level. But yes, it is 1-to-1 for a unit. Basically, an ADU is one unit produced under the city's RENA.
So is that and so this is where this was the real question I wanted to ask, but that helps. So because it's built as an ADU and it counts toward the production number, the type of usage or the eventual usage that doesn't set us back. The fact that it was built, whether it's used as living or a second kitchen or whatever, that might be unfortunate, but it doesn't ding us on our numbers.
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question/request. In the ordinance, let's see. In the ordinance, there's each of the ADU sections has a section that's called rental, and in that rental, it says that the whatever type of ADU may be rented separate from the primary dwelling unit, but may not be rented for a period of less than 30 consecutive days or used as a vacation rental. I'm wondering if it makes sense to strike the vacation rental, because we also, I don't believe, want corporate rentals or other possible types of rentals. And essentially we just want to not have it, it may not be rented for a period of less than 30 consecutive days, and then not say what kind of rental it might be. And I'm assuming that we can't increase that number of days, that we can't increase so that we can't put out we don't want it to, in order to avoid short-term rentals, we can't increase the consecutive days that it must be rented, if that makes sense.
I think I'll start with the vacation rental language. That could be an item we strike. That's not a problem. State law is very clear about short-term rentals as a general concept and does not get into the detail of vacation rentals or what type of rental, but it's really adamant about the 30 days. And so I think if we can stick to the 30 days and be consistent with state law, that's probably ideal. And we're welcome to that option of removing the vacation rental aspect.
Does it I guess before we strike it, does it gain us anything? Either way.
I don't think specifically that it would. So I don't see a real need for that terminology to be used.
Thank you. Councilmember Schmidt.
I had a question for you. Well, I don't know, that's to prevent us from just building stock for Airbnb, essentially, right? I mean, okay. So I want to make sure I hear, I support that as well. I'm not interested in increasing the Airbnb stock in the city.
Correct.
So, okay.
Yeah. So I wanted to, and if perhaps it's not called a vacation rental, I didn't want that to be a confusing piece of it. And then if we could have, made it longer, so then that would be great, but we can't. Yeah. Other comments, questions?
I was just gonna
Councilmember.
say, I think the 30
Go.
days is connected to like a month-to-month tenancy can be 30 days. And so if you said it'd have to be over 30 days, would a month-to-month tenancy like be allowed then? I'm trying to play lawyer.
Yeah, and I think my recommendation is that the city not
Yeah.
attempt to regulate any minimum rental durations that is greater than 30 days. The 30 days is actually tied to the Revenue and Taxation Code, which defines short-term rentals for purposes of TOT collection. And so the state has, in many facets, adopted 30 days as the definition of a short-term rental because of the Revenue Taxation Code. But as the council's previously discussed, the city can't mandate that people utilize their property in a particular manner other than limiting or prohibiting short-term rentals.
All right. If we have no more questions or comments, would someone like to make a motion? Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you. And making sure that I understand, with no minimum lot size for the local ADU regulation, we can't have a setback, or can we have a setback that addresses the visibility of the neighboring property? Like, have consideration for the surrounding properties if the ADU obstructs their daylight plane or impacts their visibility to see out from their own house.
Sorry, Councilmember Taylor, could you clarify, are you referring to all areas of the property or certain setbacks? Is it mainly the front you're concerned with, or other areas?
Primarily the front, and just using, what was the address? The 590 Hamilton Avenue as an example.
There are other provisions that, excuse me, excuse me. Sorry, the local ADUs do have other provisions that affect potential quality of life, perhaps for neighboring properties that may not be related to the setback specifically, but we have the lighting standard that I quickly highlighted that requires downcast lighting to avoid glare, for example. That's one impact that could affect a neighbor. The attached ADUs are subject to the same building height that's 25 feet or less. So if it's a 2-story, there could be a 1-story portion that extends toward the front potentially, but a 2-story home could not, it would have to be cognizant of the daylight plane requirements. And the other item I'd point out is with the daylight plane, that would be 19.5 feet for a lot of the single family residential zoning districts. So you would have to take that from the setback line and ensure that it's not, like just a straight kind of block shaped second floor ADU. Excuse me.
And I'll just add, I think what Mr. Pruitt was mentioning is some of the things that are in the ordinance that the city can regulate, but I think to really get to the crux of the question, if it's an ADU that's allowed to be in the front setback and the setback has to yield to that ADU to allow it, then the city does have very limited discretion to regulate that ADU, even at a local ADU, just given that I think it would be difficult to design development standards that would address the council member's concern without precluding the 800 square foot ADU encroaching into the front setback. Hopefully that helps add a little bit of context and clarity, but recognize it may actually make it more confusing.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councilmember Schmidt?
I just had one more out of curiosity. Won't affect my vote, but we're doing okay on time. I'm just curious on the outreach. I saw toward the tail end of the staff report around some of the ways we've been doing that, but I'm just maybe a minute or so on what are you thinking about in addition to some of the festivals and city activities? Is there what's a more robust outreach program look like so we can help spur production?
I think a lot of this will involve implementation, and it's a very important question and topic to definitely get into. The big thing will be how we present this online and provide materials to the public so people know what their abilities are with their different properties and the different types of ADUs. This is a fundamental shift for a lot of people. We have unfortunately a lot of updates we need to make that are our last ordinance update was in 2020. And so we have 6 years of knowledge that we have to, catch up to. And we have a lot of, I think, different types of, approaches that we've been researching. Other jurisdictions have made little handbooks and different kinds of, graphical things that have helped to kind of explain scenarios. I think a lot of like flow charts and other types of materials like that online would be really useful. We have that for a few other types of zoning circumstances. For example, we have a flow chart of explaining when a use permit might be needed for single family development. I think it's really useful for when folks ask us questions at the counter. I think we can replicate a lot of those things for ADUs, and it's possible to provide, variety of tools. And I think we have these different events where we can have people meet with the public outside of the city hall setting. But more importantly, the virtual setting, I think, will be really fundamental. So overhaul of the webpage, and also just having, I think, a new kind of way of presenting the ADUs through these different types of materials versus just in the ordinance alone.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I would say as we get to that stage, I definitely think having the pull when people are coming to search for it online, definitely great, and the more graphical. And I'd also hope we consider a little more aggressive push campaign as well. So just as you're thinking about it, because people may not have been thinking about it, and you can draw them into the deeper resources. So it's good to hear you're thinking about it more depth. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Does someone want to make a motion? And a second.
Yeah, I'll move. Let me bring it up. So to introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance to repeal and replace Charter 16.79 Accessory Dwelling Units of Title 16 of the Menlo Park Municipal Code for consistency with state law and in incorporating local objective standards.
I'll second.
Thank you. I would also just like to note that included in the motion that City Councilmember Combs just read into the record is the removal of the vacation rental language from the ordinance. And then looking to staff to make sure everything was captured. All right. So with that, we have a motion and second by City Councilmember Combs, or a motion by City Councilmember Combs and a second by Mayor Nash. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Councilmember Combs.
Yes.
City Councilmember Taylor.
Yes.
City Councilmember Schmidt.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wise.
Yes.
Mayor Nash.
Yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like to take a break up here. And why don't we come back at 8:35 and try to resume at that time sharp? Thank you. Thank you for everyone coming back. Under regular business, the City Council considers recommendations from city staff on public matters or administrative actions that require City Council approval. The first regular business item tonight is K1, consider and approve the City of Menlo Park Anti-displacement Plan. Here to introduce the item is Management Analyst Ariana Milton.
Good evening, City Council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Ariana Milton, and I'm a management analyst with the Housing Division. And tonight I will be providing an overview for agenda item K1, the Anti-displacement Plan. So the purpose of tonight's meeting is to recommend that City Council approve the City of Menlo Park's Anti-displacement Plan. In my presentation, I will provide an overview of the plan's timeline, framework, recommendations, and next steps. So just as a quick reminder, displacement refers to the involuntary relocation of residents from their homes or neighborhoods, and types of displacement can range from being physical, economical, or cultural. The need for an anti-displacement plan came from both the city's housing element and environmental justice element. Program H2E of the housing element requires that the plan include a specific focus on the Belhaven neighborhood, while Program EJ5G and EJ5H require that the plan support access to legal counsel for tenants facing eviction. So staff has been working on this plan since 2024 and has made sure to prioritize public outreach through community events, a citywide survey, and interviews with Belhaven community members and housing experts. Additionally, the plan was presented to the Planning Commission and was also reviewed by the Housing Commission. On the local level, the City of Menlo Park has several current anti-displacement efforts in place. A couple of examples include the Tenant Relocation Assistance Ordinance that was adopted in 2019. This ordinance requires landlords to pay up to 3 months of tenant relocation assistance to their tenants who must leave their unit due to a no-fault eviction. And also the city has provided funding for a housing preservation program with Habitat for Humanity and Rebuilding Together, and that aims at making critical repairs for low-income households in Belhaven. So staff examined 17 strategies from the housing element and the environmental justice element that were suggested by the community. And in the end, 23 strategies were reviewed in total. Based on the number of strategies, staff organized them by using the 4 pillars, which is a framework used to combat displacement that encourages cities to produce affordable housing, preserve existing affordable housing, protect tenants, and promote prosperity through financial empowerment. I won't go over each of these strategies in their entirety here. However, they can be found in the plan's strategy table, which starts on page 42. So staff used a 3-prong approach to analyze and prioritize all the strategies. This included, again, soliciting community feedback through the community events and the citywide survey that was offered in both English and Spanish, conducting interviews with experts and housing stakeholders, and also staff researched any information on anti-displacement best practices. Other factors considered included the strategy's benefits, along with the estimated cost and required time for implementation. So to get into the recommended strategies themselves, these strategies are listed here in order of priority and primarily focus on tenant protections, and I'll go over each of them more in detail. So staff's first recommendation is to implement a rental assistance program. Research shows that 85% of eviction cases are due to late or non-payment of rent. Rental assistance may help prevent evictions before they happen or even resolve an ongoing eviction in process.
Funds to implement both a rental assistance program and a legal assistance program will come from a $250,000 grant from MTC. The next recommendation is to establish a legal assistance program. Research has also found that 90% of property owners had access to legal representation compared to 5% of tenants in eviction cases. With a legal assistance program, tenants have a higher chance of success in fighting their evictions and could potentially lower the number of evictions in the city. Next, staff recommends expanding the just cause eviction protections in AB 1482. So just to give a bit of background on AB 1482, it is a state mandate that establishes an annual rent cap, and it requires just cause for landlords to evict tenants who live in their unit for over a year or over a year, and requires them to pay relocation assistance to tenants who are evicted due to no fault of their own. There are several expansions recommended in our recommendations, but just a couple of them include extending AB 1482's protection past its current 2030 expiration date, and then also expanding the tenant relocation assistance requirement to 4 months. So the next recommended strategy includes implementing an anti-harassment ordinance that the city of Menlo Park currently does not have. Doing this would provide protection against abusive or intimidating behavior from landlords. Next, staff recommends expanding the city's current preservation program, and this can be done by revising the conditions of the city's NOFA to prioritize the rehabilitation of multifamily units. Next up would be creating a rental registry. A rental registry is a database of citywide rental units that property owners would be required to register. This could provide a better understanding of market conditions. It can also be a useful tool to track tenant relocation assistance requirements and also monitor data like vacancy rates. However, it is important to note that this strategy only provides information. It doesn't actually provide tenant protections itself. And lastly, staff would recommend fostering workforce development through coordination of community organizations. As I mentioned earlier, the plan was presented to the Planning Commission and then was reviewed and recommended for approval by the Housing Commission. Overall, both commissions were supportive of the plan's recommendations. Please note that the Housing Commission's recommendation also includes 4 considerations from Menlo Sparks public comments around electrification as it relates to safe housing, fees that are passed on to tenants, and additional language for a proposed anti-harassment ordinance. For more detail about those considerations, please see attachment C. And lastly, just circling back on tonight's purpose, staff recommends that the City Council approve the City of Menlo Park's anti-displacement plan. And just to wrap up, we have next steps here. As for next steps, staff's intentions are for all the recommendations to be initiated over the next 3 years, with rental assistance and legal assistance starting immediately. Please note that work priorities, staffing bandwidth, legal review of each strategy with the city attorney's office, just to make sure that each strategy is in compliance with local and state law, will need to be taken into consideration moving forward. And per the MTC grant, both the rental assistance and legal assistance programs will need to be implemented in the fall of this year. The expansion of just cause protections would then follow that. So that will conclude my presentation. In addition to Tim and I, we also have our consultant from HART. Her name is Leslie, and she's here to also help answer any questions that you may have. But that will end my time, and I will return the meeting to the city clerk. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. City Clerk Karen, do we have any public comments for this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on item K1, approval of the anti-displacement plan, if you are in person, go ahead and return that speaker card. Virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. We are currently at 6 speakers. So this will be the final call for public comment on regular business item K1, approval of the Menlo Park Anti-displacement plan. All right, so it looks like we are at 8 speakers. We will start with our in-person with Angela Evans, followed by Jocelyn Anaya Galvin.
Hello, is this working well? Yes. I am Angela Evans of Menlo Park. As you all know, I'm also a resident of Menlo Park. I support staff's recommendations. Thank you, staff. And I also support those recommendations with Menlo Park's 4 additional recommendations that they mentioned at the end of the presentation that are outlined in your attachment C at the very end of your staff report on this item. So as our city prepares for imminent regulation around at the local, regional, and state level around replacements of end-of-life gas water heaters and gas furnaces with zero pollution electric versions, it's crucial that we also adopt local language to prevent any unintended impacts from these important public health policies on renters. We know that tenants are expected to save on utility bills from the installation of electric heat pumps and will reap many health and safety benefits from cleaner appliances, but we must also do our due diligence to minimize unintended consequences, which is where Menlo Park's recommendations come in. In terms of staff implementation time, though we have proposed 4 recommendations, I want to highlight the fact that 2 of the 4 would involve what I would articulate as minimal to no work for housing staff. For example, recommendation number 1 is likely just a couple of phrases referencing existing state of California law about landlords' duty to maintain habitability, including heat and hot water at all times, and paying for those upgrades when those appliances break. Our recommendation number 3 would likely not need to involve any ordinance language at all. We think that proposed guardrails on pass-through costs associated with large subsidized programs like our city's home upgrade program can be more efficiently handled by placing those guardrails directly into the program guidelines. Now, the other 2 recommendations should slot in nicely with staff's currently proposed work streams and do not, I believe, reflect additional amendments to state law or any real conceptual deviations from what is already being largely proposed by staff. Rather, they serve more like important clarifications or interpretations of state law to meet the major shifts in building electrification. For example, Menlo Park's recommendation number 2, which involves language that helps to avoid the misuse of state's substantial remodel clause for appliance replacements, can be slotted into staff's proposed plan on just cause eviction. And our final recommendation, number 4, can be slotted into staff's proposed plan for its anti-harassment ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Jocelyn Anaya Galvin, followed by Pam D. Jones.
Good evening. My name is Jocelyn Anaya Galvan, and I'm the Marketing and Outreach Coordinator with Menlo Park. I'm here to express my strong support for the anti-displacement strategy. Thank you, staff, for all your hard work in developing that strategy. I also wanted to express strong support for Menlo Park's proposed recommendations to the city's strategy, specifically related to electrification. These recommendations would establish targeted protections for renters in buildings undergoing electrification or that will undergo electrification in the future. An increasingly common situation here in Menlo Park as the city moves towards reaching its climate goals, but also offers electrification funding and anticipates strong regional clean air rules that phase out polluting sources in our homes. In my role promoting the city's home upgrade program, I speak with renters every week and door knock the community, and it's shown me some of the challenges and barriers that renters face and experience when it comes to trying to access healthy home upgrades. I've spoken with renters who have endured a broken furnace for years after being told by their landlord that fixing it would result in a monthly rent increase, which is actually illegal. I've also spoken to renters whose families have been evicted from homes they've lived in for 25 years. We truly believe that these additional electrification-specific renter protections could add another layer of protection for renters' health, safety, and sense of security. These protections are also directly aligned with the city's environmental justice element, which calls for safe homes, reduced pollution exposure, and improved air quality for all residents. As we prepare for the upcoming clean air rules that accelerate electrification, it's essential that robust tenant protections are in place to ensure that renters aren't made to bear undue cost or disruptions that landlords may attempt to pass down from complying with upcoming gas to electric measures. As a renter myself, I also understand this personally, and I would hope for protections like these, ones that allow me to benefit from healthier appliances in my home and not breathe in NOx pollution, while feeling secure that these upgrades won't raise my rent or make me vulnerable to eviction. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker is Pam D. Jones, followed by Brian Schmidt.
Good evening again. I first want to start out with commending the staff for the quality of the work that they did on the anti-displacement, particularly the history of Belhaven. And the feeling that I got when I read it was how much truth was in there in detail, and why I'm so proud to live in the community and to say that I'm from Belhaven and I wouldn't choose to live anywhere else. And I raised my children there. The item that I think that is critical is the one in regards to the rental registry. We're doing door knocking, or have been doing door knocking to register voters. And so we note that there are a lot of vacant homes within the neighborhood. There shouldn't be any. And there's also homes that you can't really tell whether they're vacant or not. So I look forward to the rental registry, also keeping track of the single family homes. And I also think it's going to be critical for the apartments that we have, especially the early ones over there on Haven Avenue, where we haven't necessarily had accurate information. And we may find, and somehow I believe this, we may find that we have a decent supply of housing to take care of our community. And with the other pieces that are in the anti-displacement, it'll take care of all of the other things that are needed to safeguard not only the tenant, because that's the key to this, but we also need to be mindful of the owner. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker is Brian Schmidt, followed by Cade Kennedy.
Good evening, Brian Schmidt from Menlo Park, speaking in favor of the staff recommendations and Menlo Park's recommendations. I wanted to kind of take the big picture perspective from Menlo Park's perspective. We have been in front of you quite a few times over the years talking about the climate agenda and trying to reduce building-related emissions. And this is part of that in our perspective. It's very important for tenant protections, but it is also part of advancing the city's climate agenda. One thing that we have seen in Southern California and even at the state level is that there's been some conflict between the environmental agenda and the housing agenda. We think maybe artificially instigated and through misinformation in some cases, but it's important to avoid that. And I think that's what we're trying to do here with Menlo Park's recommendations. So for both the reasons of supporting tenant protections and to make it easier to move along in achieving your climate agenda, we'd like to ask you to support the Menlo Park recommendations for this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Cade Kennedy, followed by Adina Levin.
Hello, City Council and staff. My name is Cade Kennedy. I'm the Senior Director of Programs with Climate Resilient Communities. I wanted to just remind folks of the context in which this anti-displacement strategy emerges. It came out of the housing element and the environmental justice element, and emerged as a top priority, the top priority for the more than 1,800 Belhaven residents who participated in the environmental justice element process. Displacement is a top environmental justice priority. If you're displaced from your home, it is very rarely to a better place with healthier living conditions. It's a unidirectional relationship. We need to keep people housed and in the community that they want to be part of. Menlo Park needs a working class in order to function, and we need to be able to call Menlo Park home. There's teachers, firefighters, nurses who all live in Belhaven and who live throughout Menlo Park and are struggling to get by, and we're better off if they can all afford to live here. These programs that have been advanced by staff and by the community itself are common sense solutions that protect tenants that are vulnerable to eviction. For example, the Emergency Rental Assistance Program helps make landlords whole while keeping people housed. We're all in this room. I mean, I'm definitely speaking for myself, but I think for most people, we're one missed paycheck away from being behind on rent. It is very few things have to go wrong when you're barely getting by in order to put you in a really, really tough spot. I think that expanding the just cause eviction protections and extending them to single family homes is also vital. As definitionally, evictions cause homelessness. And if we can stop illegal evictions, an ounce of prevention is worth more than a pound of cure. Keeping people in their homes is often the best solution to homelessness. For example, there have been a lot of regional studies now that have shown that, landlords are often represented by attorneys when they're pursuing an eviction. Tenants only ever rarely are. And when they have legal representation in an eviction setting, they're more likely to stay in their home. They're more likely to successfully stop these illegal evictions. I would like you to remember that we have 7 strategies here that are being prioritized, but there are 16 others that should also be implemented. We have to prioritize our work streams, but we need a full court press when it comes to anti-displacement. So thank you. Vote yes on the strategy, quickly and equitably implement, and help keep Menlo Park intact. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Adina Levin, followed by June Chin.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and council members and staff. Adina Levin, Menlo Park resident and member of Menlo Together, which has over time very much supported the tenant protections that were identified as part of our housing element to keep people in their homes, in addition to building the new homes that we need, and that were really elevated by the Belhaven community and the environmental justice element, really reinforcing that need for protecting renters. Wanted to speak up, as previous people have said, about the importance of rental assistance to keep people in their homes and prevent homelessness. The data shows that a lot of people falling into homelessness happens when something goes wrong, a car breaks, there's a medical problem, and having that kind of rental assistance in case of emergency prevents homelessness and is really very much a saving for people and and really helps our people in our community. Also, the legal assistance. I saw some really striking data in a study that was presented to MTC about how legal assistance is really, really helpful for people who are potentially facing eviction. And in San Mateo County, compared to other counties, a really tiny percentage of people have that legal assistance, unlike a large majority of the landowners that have the legal representation. Also wanted to call out, as the previous speaker did, about extending the just cause eviction for standalone houses, which does represent a lot of the rental properties and households renting in Menlo Park in particular. Also, wanted to call out and support the recommendations from Menlo Spark that were really thoughtful about how not to have the city's electrification to result in unintended evictions and how to do so in a way that would be very practical for city staff. And lastly, in favor of the rental registry as something that helps really provide that data about how effectively the city's strategies are working. It is only data, but it's really important data because we'll be able to see, are the housing units in the city actually being used for homes? Are our strategies working? And if there's anything else that we need to do, we can use the data to figure out what to do next. So urge support for this, including the Menlo Spark.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is June Shin, followed by Miko Harris Parker.
Good evening, members of the Menlo Park City Council. My name is June Shin, and I'm the Menlo Park Community Builder with the Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo County. We work with our communities and their leaders to produce and preserve quality, affordable homes. I'd first like to thank the staff for all their hard work in putting together this anti-displacement plan. On behalf of HLC, I would like to share that we echo the support of the Housing and Planning Commissions for the recommendations shared in this plan. We strongly support the implementation of the plan's recommendations, such as the revising of the Rental Assistance Program, the establishment of the Legal Assistance Program, and expansion of the Just Cause Ordinance. These recommendations are crucial in combating mass displacement. Our residents of Menlo Park, particularly the Belhaven community, urgently need such programs. We appreciate the report's understanding that these strategies are only some of the many necessary steps to properly addressing displacement in our communities. We know that an adequate defense requires all 23 community-suggested strategies listed in the report to be fully implemented. Therefore, we look forward to the implementation of the 7 strategies prioritized in the plan for the next 3 years, while encouraging the incorporation of the other 16 strategies with the speed and intention they deserve. We also support the addition of the 4 recommendations introduced by Menlo Spark at the last Housing Commission meeting and discussed here in our public comments. We agree that we must avoid residents from inadvertently being impacted in the form of cost pass-throughs or evictions during the replacement process of their gas appliances to electric appliances. We believe these recommendations can fit neatly into the plan without delay, as highlighted earlier by the previous speakers from Menlo Spark. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Miko Harris Parker.
Good evening. I want to thank Ariana and Tim and all the staff involved in this process. Thank you, Angela, Jocelyn, Brian, and Menlo Spark team for their additional recommendations, and Ms. Pam, Cade, and all the other speakers for the thoughtful comments. The comments made by everyone tonight highlight the need for the anti-displacement plan for our Menlo Park community. I fully support staff recommendation for City Council to approve the anti-displacement plan, along with Menlo Spark's additional recommendations. Thank you, staff, Menlo Sparks, and all of our Menlo Park community members who put in the work to get this plan to our City Council tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, seeing no further hands or cards, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. And thank you to all those many speakers tonight. I would like to now open for City Council questions and discussion. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Nash, and for all of our public comment, and for Ms. Mullen and the team for the presentation on the anti-displacement plan for the city of Menlo Park. I do have one clarifying question. For the tenant relocation, who pays for that? Does that come from landlords or is that city funding?
Yeah, that would be required from landlords.
Thank you. A few comments that I have are related to the rental registry. Based on the previous agenda item, I wanted to know if we can include an ADU rental registry on the ADUs that have been approved over the past couple years, if that's possible.
Yeah, I believe that would be possible. It's something that we can explore. I can't think of any existing requirements that would bar it from not happening. So it's definitely something that we can explore further once we begin with research and implementation.
Thank you. My other question is, as far as the timeline, I know that it says 3 years, and I'm looking at what's possible sooner, just based on the data and the demographics for Menlo Park. The amount of time that has passed, I'm concerned about continued displacement, and I bring this up every time that we talk about this. And so I wanted to find out, and I know a part of this is investment. It has to do with money, funding, and staffing. So what's possible on a shorter timeline than the 3 years as far as the list of recommendations?
So I think it's important to know that all of the strategies that we presented tonight, when we say 3 years, we mean like initiated. The first two strategies that I mentioned in my presentation, the rental assistance program and the legal assistance program, are the two programs that we will need to roll out as soon as possible, just based on the requirements from the MTC grant. So those are the two programs that we have our eyes set on and that we've already kind of like began constructing for outlines and implementation research already. So those are the two that would be rolled out as soon as possible initially.
And if I could add to that, also staff had proposed to recommend the preservation strategy that can be done through the NOFA the NOFA stands for Notice of Funding Availability. It's a biannual funding opportunity for developers, and we can revise the Notice of Funding Availability to emphasize preservation of multifamily existing, what are known as NOAHs, naturally occurring affordable housing, to try to help preserve some of those units also. That could potentially be done in the fall with some tweaking of language for the NOFA.
With that recommendation, would that come back to City Council, or is that something that you can automatically do?
I believe if the council approves it for this plan, it has provided staff direction to go ahead and implement that strategy, that revision of the NOFA for that strategy specifically.
Thank you. Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, just one clarifying question. So are the Menlo Park recommendations a part of the plan, or are you looking for direction from council tonight on whether they should be a part of the plan or not?
Yes, we are looking for council approval of those considerations. It's stating that the Housing Commission had recommended approval of the plan with those. And if the council also approves the Menlo Park considerations, that will be folded into the plan.
Okay.
Are the Menlo Park recommendations already in the plan? That was my understanding. They are not yet in the plan.
No, those considerations came up when presented to the Housing Commission. And it was through that recommendation that we wanted to highlight for the council.
So they still need to be added to the plan.
Correct.
Thank you. Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah. Thanks. Actually, I wanted to make sure I don't forget to say this to Ms. Milton. Thank you for a super clear, simple presentation. Sometimes we get slides that are really jam-packed, but that was very clear and easy to understand. And so I at this point in the night, I always appreciate that. So wanted to make sure I said that. So as I understand it, this is from the beginning, this has been a prioritization process. And I think you clarified my question about the 3-year cycle, because I was a little worried that we do a few things, we get it done over 3 years, and then we do a few more things. But it sounds like it's going to operate a little more, a little faster than that. So once this first group of priority areas comes through, do we know when, like, maybe the second round of things comes through and the third round? Because I think Kate and others mentioned there's quite a long list. So is this going to be like an annual thing where we're putting new pieces in play, or how are you thinking about that at the moment?
Councilmember Schmidt, pardon me. Right now we're focused on this initial phase, and as we continue to implement it, we can start considering maybe the second phase, whatever those may be, but we have not prioritized the second phase at this point. So there'll need to be some additional processing, but that can be a possibility if that's the council's wishes to continue to the continued implementation of all the strategies.
Yeah, thank you. I think if we can consider it as part of the structure, but I thought maybe, an annual update with the Housing Commission might be one way to do that. And then anything that needs to elevate to council, we wouldn't necessarily need to see it every year, but I think having the Housing Commission, weigh in once a year, and then maybe a couple of new things are added each year. So I don't want to say that's the right way to do it, but it kind of keeps us steadily working through the list, and then anything we need to see, we can leave that up to you guys' discretion, I think. And then I've got other comments. I'll save those so everybody gets a chance to speak. But I did want to speak out in favor of including the Menlo Park recommendations for a couple of reasons. One is, we're really fortunate to be a climate leader in the city, and this is just one example of where we really have an opportunity to live up to that reputation when it comes to our renters. And speaking as a renter myself, I feel like this is where I really want us to flex into that leadership role, but also expressing appreciation to Menlo Park, because I think they've made it fairly easy to do that. I got to spend a little time with them at my office hours talking through how well this will integrate, and it's a super light lift for staff. So we can basically kind of write this in to the plan with fairly minimal effort. So I just wanted to speak up in support of that, and happy to talk about those in more detail.
So I'd love to get some education. Basically, several of the nearby cities have anti-displacement ordinances, such as the just cause eviction, anti-harassment, home preservation program, and rental registries. I guess I'm wondering, especially on something like the anti-harassment, what do you have to do to another? How do you develop a program for us? I guess I'm wondering, can we just pick up someone else's program, massage it a little bit, and how much effort is it? I hear you saying that it is. I know you've got a lot of workload above and beyond this, so I'm just trying to understand this better.
Certainly, we don't want to reinvent the wheel. So the initial thinking for the ordinance was to see other ordinances that have been implemented to borrow the best from those. In addition, MTC has also, I believe, produced a model they call it a model anti-harassment template, and we could also borrow from that. So no, certainly don't want to start from square one, but build from other people's work, if you will.
That sounds great. I would personally, not having the background you do, but say in some cases, it's better to just get a program out there. And then if we need to tweak it more, rather than, I'm looking at the 3-year timeline and just wondering how much we can push that. Again, as several of my colleagues have said, and several speakers have said, this is something which really will make a big impact for our residents. And we are seeing people displaced daily. How can we move things forward, even if it's not a perfect solution? At least, is there something, and you'll know this better than any of us, is there something that's good enough that will help some people? It may not help everyone, and then we can still keep massaging it, rather than trying to get something that's really covers every base.
Yes, that's something that can be considered, that we just implement another program and then kind of refine it to Menlo Park needs or priorities. Trying to.
Or basically, is there any, and I don't necessarily need an answer tonight, but just if there's any way we can get some tools out there, realizing that they aren't perfect, but at least they might be, help some people, rather than waiting for a more perfect solution, but more people are displaced in the process.
Understood. Time is of the essence.
Thank you.
I just want to build on that really quickly, because I think ironically, I was in the HART Member Advisory Committee meeting just before this, couple hours before, and I know Leslie's here somewhere. I saw, yeah. So also, I would kind of ask, to the mayor's point, that was a really interesting conversation, because we were sitting in that meeting asking exactly the same question, and I know HART helped prepare some of the basics, but they're willing to serve as a clearinghouse with other cities. And so I would ask that, because we already have that partnership with HART, could we start there and just treat them as clearinghouse, find 4 other cities, and as you're saying, we're not a total lift and shift, but she's 3 rows behind. So I think there's a mechanism that already exists to collect that quicker maybe than we could. And then, as I understand it, they're a fairly low, this is their words, not mine. I said, tell me what the value proposition is so I can sell it to the city team and the council. They're fairly low cost. They're quick. They're doing the work across multiple cities already. So I would ask us to consider leaning into HART more than we are today to really accelerate things. So sorry, I just wanted to add on there.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. And just wanted to add just an example that's specific to Menlo Park, is that we have property managers in this city that have been sued for using discriminatory practices using AI. And they are property managers. And so if we have folks that are being displaced or even not being rented to because of their race or gender, what mechanism is available? What tool does the city have to address that? So it's a combination of potentially being displaced and also being excluded from housing stock. So when I make this statement, it's rooted in that. The fact is, to me, it's more important for us to have tools for that than to have tools around electrification. right? Electrification doesn't have a history of discrimination, but housing does. So to me, that's what we need to be thinking about when we're putting together these programs, and also the timeline. The displacement plan that was put together, and it is a wonderful document that I hope that everyone reads. I believe that it is a working document, because as you work, things will grow, things will change, things will improve. That is my hope with it. And so that's why I asked about the timeline.
Vice Mayor Wise.
Lots of great comments tonight. Thank you, staff, for the presentation. My questions have been answered already, so I just want to be another voice to say I'm supportive of all of this. Thank you so much for all the hard work. And also, I am supportive of the Menlo Spark recommendations. Thank you.
Councilmember Schmidt.
Thanks. I think I already put my larger ones out there, and I was glad I got to plug Hart as well. Just two more quicker ones. The rental registry, I definitely appreciate what Councilmember Taylor was saying about the ADU included. So I would want to see that myself. Ms. Jones brought up the point about door knocking for registered voters, and it really made me wonder the data accuracy of how we do a rental registry, because I think having data based on applications and other things that the city collect is one level of accuracy, but then how would we get to accuracy in a rental registry with actual kind of boots on the ground and knocking on doors? Is that how that would come together, or how would we get that? Not for ADUs. I think that's a great idea regardless, but just for the existing stock of rental properties, how do we get to accuracy?
I think to get to that accuracy, we would really need to work with a consultant, someone with experience, not having much experience in designing or verifying the accuracy of a rent registry. I think that would really depend on, working with the consultants to see what type of techniques or processes they have in place to verify.
Yeah, fair enough. And the other one is literally just an idea that happened in passing, just connecting the dots between previous agenda item and this one. So with Facebook Facebook keeping some pieces in place around workforce development and some of the trainings and workshops and other things. It's just an idea that I think I'd love for you guys to explore. We also had workforce development in here. So is there a way to start to maybe combine those things and not have them be separate entities, but somehow kind of mesh that all together, maybe working with job train? I'm not sure how that looks, but I'm literally just connecting the dots on the fly here and saying, okay, so there's Facebook stuff that's out there, the things we're going to look at here, there's other professional resources. So more just a thought to offer to say, hey, maybe those things combine into something quite powerful for the community. So yeah, thanks.
Councilmember Combs.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So the current state just cause protections sunset in 2030. Is there a reason that you know why they sunset in 2030?
Councilmember Combs, the just cause eviction protections afforded now are through AB 1482, which has that sunset of 2030. And in addition, 1482 does not cover certain structures, including single family.
And we'll get to that.
It's part of 1482.
Yeah, but why sunset? Do we know why the state legislature made some decision that this provision, that this protection would sunset in 2030?
I don't.
Okay. City Attorney.
At the time that the Tenant Protection Act was adopted in 2019, the legislature was sunsetting a lot of the housing laws, SB 330, SB 35, the Tenant Protection Act. And so it was at least on trend. If it is consistent with the legislature's habit with other state housing laws, it will be extended, and we do anticipate that the state is going to extend it.
Okay. And so, but separate from that, if we do our own, like it won't be impacted by whether the state extends it or not. Like we can do our own just cause,
Yeah, the state's just cause provisions that were established by AB 1482 defer to cities' own just cause ordinances where they are more, quote, more protective. And there's some loose explanation as to what that means. So the city can have a more protective ordinance now, and then that ordinance could also survive any expiration of the AB 1482.
And okay, thank you, City Attorney Doherty. And so then expanding it to single-family dwellings, which the state provision does not, is there any additional elements that have to be triggered for a single-family home to then be subject to a just cause eviction? So I'm thinking of it does it have to be a home that the landlord has never lived in or something like that, or doesn't live in? Because I'm thinking of a scenario where you locally, maybe you have a Stanford professor that does a sabbatical or a visiting professorship, I don't know, Michigan. And so they want to rent out their house for a year, right? Then are they and then they're going to come back to their house. I know this because this was a scenario of which I lived in. Would I have then been able to exercise just cause provision, even though I knew that those folks were going to come back to their house?
I think that's something that would have to be considered as we prepare the just cause eviction ordinance for the city itself. Yeah.
I would say, again, this is separate from a scenario where you have a duplex or an apartment building where obviously it is part of that business or that person's business that they make that available to others. I would be concerned that putting this provision on single-family dwellings could result in that market being chilled, and could result in scenarios where houses that would be put on the market because people are moving out doing something for a limited period of time, they would just decide not to do or have family stay there. And so that is a concern. If those scenarios are covered in some way, right, that if it's a house where I lived in and plan to domicile in again, then I don't have to provide just cause or something like that, then I'm fine. But I would have that concern again, that you would have a situation that currently exists that might go away if we put restrictions on it.
So I had a couple other thoughts, and actually one is, so the rental assistance program and the legal assistance program each need $300,000 from the city in order for those to take advantage of the $250,000 grant. Is that, I assume that'll be in their budget then?
That is correct. Yes.
Wonderful. Great. And then on the rental registry, something that I've think would be really helpful is if we start with the BMR housing and just put our BMR housing and what's happening with our rentals there, and then move on to the ADUs. And maybe someone mentioned properties with business licenses that have to get business licenses. It seems like we can have some incremental steps to get some of this information. Again, just get it started. And I know that several of us have had longstanding questions over exactly what is going on with BMR properties, how many really are rented, what is the turnover rate, things like that. If we could just even start there, I think it would be very, very beneficial. And that would also get us some experience. Just how do we do it? And I'm sure you know better than I do that Palo Alto just implemented one and has got their rental registry up and off the ground. They've been having several community meetings about it. And Hart is here. It seems like some of these, I hope, are not too big a lift. I understand everything is, and Menlo Park is unique, but just trying to get something going and then add to it. Does anyone have any other questions, or does someone want to make a motion? Councilmember Schmidt.
I had one more question, and it's it's okay if you don't have an answer, but I think I just wanted to approach it from trying to look at the process holistically, and not being a member of the Belhaven neighborhood. I'm just hoping folks maybe have a perspective on this. The comment that Jocelyn made about another layer of protection really got me thinking a little bit, but thinking back to some of the origins of the work. And like the part of the reason I support the Menlo Spark stuff is I know that that's not meant to replace any other prioritization. It's basically, it's adding another layer of protection to folks who might be vulnerable to certain behaviors. But I'm asking this question to extend that further. Is there anything, if these 7 areas are kind of the rough shape of our 3-year plan, is there another layer of protection we're not really thinking about that came out of the initial research, or anything you've learned along the way? Is there a blind spot that we need to make sure we don't forget, like another layer of protection for residents, particularly in Belhaven, but just in general? And like I said, if you don't have an answer for that, it's okay. But that phrase really got me thinking, do we have a blind spot? Are we missing anything that you think might be worth putting in?
That's a great question. In staff's research, or what I've slowly found, is that there's no real blind spot. It's that displacement is such a large issue that all strategies are effective, but only to a degree. And so what you really need are a lot of tools in the toolbox to provide a coverage, but there's not one tool that is even close to a silver bullet. So it's just more important to have as many tools in the toolbox. And so I think this plan builds upon the city's current protections to add more tools in the toolbox. I guess that's the best analogy I can come up with.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. And I think it just speaks to the mayor's point about, like, the quicker we can get those tools in the toolbox, the better. Thanks. That phrase about another layer of protection just got me thinking. So I think that was a perfect analogy. Thanks.
And I think just along this line of just what can we do, right now the just cause eviction program has 5 different pieces. If we could, I don't know if anyone wants to make a comment about which ones are most important. I don't feel, I don't have the knowledge to do that. But maybe, again, even if we don't hit all 5 of them, we get something out with, a few, and then follow up with making it a more robust program. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. Are you speaking about page K 1.4 in the staff report? Yes, I am. This is extend just cause protections beyond the state's mandate. Include single-family homes to be eligible for just cause evictions. Require eviction notices to be submitted to the city. Provide just cause protection starting from day 1 of tenancy, and then increase relocation assistance from 1 month to 4 months. So out of that list, which ones of those are we prioritizing? Or is it not on the priority list?
Those bulleted points
Yes.
were considerations that will be included as the city drafts the just cause eviction ordinance. As we prepare that, we will certainly consider those 5 bulleted points. And if we can include them all, then we will, but understood that if they couldn't, maybe half of them, I guess half of 5 is not possible, but if we can include some of them, we shall. Staff.
If the consideration for what to include has to do with staff resources, would that be?
Sure. It's not necessarily about staff resources, but we'll evaluate against legal requirements, and those will certainly need to be evaluated. And as we delve deeper into it, if there are other considerations that we haven't thought of during the preparation that could be problematic. So we haven't done a completely deep dive into those bulleted points, but as we start preparing, that's where the deeper analysis will come.
Would it be helpful if council provided some input on what we think is a priority on that list? If you were not doing all 5, would that be helpful or no?
The plan is to do all 5, but if the council would like to provide some direction about those, that would be appreciated also.
So I think the tenant relocation assistance, because I don't think that would have any, that's more about funding than is, I would think, a legal requirement. And then I think it's important because a lot of the housing stock in the Belhaven neighborhood is single family homes, is extending the just cause eviction protections. And I didn't know if anyone else had any other input.
I would just say if any are easier than others, put those in. If certainly there's other cities in your staff report, you did a great job of listing other cities that have these protections already in several different areas, but certainly in the just cause eviction. So again, just if we can pull some information out, get some protection out there now, and then beef it up later, that would be good. Again, with your professional expertise on that statement.
I really appreciate all the work that has gone into this. And I know since November of 2024, all the work from the environmental justice element and with the community, 1,800 community members providing input and how far we've come and how much more work there is to be done. So if you need something, ask. And thank you.
And the plan that you came up with is really easy reading. It's really informative. It's really, can be read by people who don't have that background. Anyway, you did a really good job. Thank you.
I'm happy to make a motion or defer, but there's a couple of pieces in there. Yeah, so please tear it apart. I would definitely recommend we proceed with this, incorporating the Menlo Spark recommendations. I think that adds another layer of protection. But I also, based on this last part of the conversation, I really would like us to consider this coming at least to the Housing Commission once a year for just check-ins. And frankly, I'd like to see it once a year if that doesn't feel like a burden. So just knowing that we were doing a good job kind of moving this forward consistently, I'd like us to consider a regular update as part of the motion as well, if that's open to folks.
Question, is this part of the annual housing element report? No. Okay. Thank you. It just is one of the programs that needs to be updated.
Yeah. So whatever.
But no,
whatever
it's not
mechanism.
something that naturally comes in front of council.
That is correct. We would report on the housing element.
Support what you're saying then.
Yeah, so if the mechanism is Housing Commission, then to us, even if it's a simple informational report, I think I'd like to just make sure I know what's going on and get regular progress. So that I'd put a motion forward similar to that.
I'll second.
Thank you. I do have one clarifying question for the council in regards to the inclusion of Menlo Spark suggestions. I know we had some discussion, but I'm not sure if there was, if that's what we're including in the motion at this time.
Yeah, the three elements were staff recommendation plus Menlo Spark plus some kind of an updating mechanism.
Thank you for the clarification.
I'd be supportive of it as it coming back as an info item annually.
Okay. So for both the prioritization of the expanding just cause eviction and the annual review or an info item for the city council and review for the housing commission, we'll both take those as direction. There's no modifications that need to be made to the plan for that. So the motion would be to approve the City of Menlo Park anti-displacement plan with the inclusion of promoting California law on rental maintenance, preventing electrification upgrades as substantial remodel, limiting electrification costs passed to tenants, and including clean energy language to anti-harassment ordinance. Any further city council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Combs.
Yes.
City Council Member Taylor.
Yes.
City Council Member Schmidt.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wise.
Yes.
Mayor Nash.
Yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. So the final regular business item tonight is K2, consider and adopt a resolution establishing a disruption of remote access during public open meetings of City Council policy. Here to introduce the item is City Clerk Judy Herron.
Thank you, Mayor Nash, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. This item before the City Council is to review and approve the disruption of remote access during public open meetings of the City Council. In 2025, Senate Bill or SB 707 amended the Brown Act to require city councils to comply with additional public open meeting requirements. This includes establishing a policy on how to address disruption of telephone or internet service connection like Zoom. The adoption of this policy must be done as a regular item and before July 1st. The proposed policy applies to all open public meetings of the City Council and establishes how the city will address disruptions to the remote or the Zoom public participation option. This does conclude my introduction. Happy to answer any questions or open it up to public comment.
Please call for public comment on this item.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on regular business item K2 related to a disruption policy for city council meetings, if you are in person, return that speaker card. Virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. And this is the final call for public comment on regular business item K2 related to disruption of remote access policy for city council meetings. Seeing none, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. I would like to open for city council questions and discussion. Okay, I actually have one question, and that is in the ordinance. It's on page K2.6. It says under disruption procedures, 5.1B, City Council must either adjourn the open session or recess from open session for at least 1 hour to make a good faith effort to restore the remote access services. Can we change that so that it is, if we can fix it in 10 minutes, we don't have to wait an hour? Or am I reading it incorrectly?
So I do believe how it is interpreted is that if we're able to restore it before the hour, that we can reconvene in the open session. I believe that's actually on the following page, 6.2. If remote access has been restored. It does say after the 1 hour. I may have to check to see if that 1 hour is a state mandate or if that is just a best practice. Give me just one moment.
Yeah, it's a state requirement. So SB 707 provides that if the telephonic or internet service is disruptive, then the city must recess the open session for at least 1 hour and make a good faith attempt to restore service. And the city shall not reconvene the open session until at least 1 hour following the disruption or until the telephonic service is restored. If upon reconvening, the internet service has not been restored, then the city can adopt a finding that good faith efforts to restore have been made, and that the city then continues the meeting.
So if in fact there's a disruption, it is with our wonderful technical staff here, it is quickly resolved. We still have to wait an hour.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Would someone like to make a motion and a second?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. So I do have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Taylor and a second by Vice Mayor Wise to adopt a resolution establishing the policy that will provide steps on how to address telephonic or internet service connection disruptions during our public open meetings, with the disruption of remote access during public open meetings of City Council policy inclusion. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Combs.
Yes.
City Council Member Taylor.
Yes.
City Council Member Schmidt.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wise.
Yes.
Mayor Nash.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. Informational items. Informational items are transmitted to the City Council in staff's effort to provide an update on matters of importance to the City Council. Informational items are not action items. However, a City Council member, city staff member, or a member of the public may request to make a comment or ask a question on any of the informational items. City Clerk Karen, do we have any public comments on the informational items?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our informational items L1, City Council agenda topics, or L2, update on the city's urban water management 2025 plan. If you are in person, return that speaker card. Virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment on our informational items L1 and L2. Seeing none, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. Is there any discussion at the dais on the informational items? Excellent. We will then go to the city manager report with City Manager Justin Murphy.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I've got two updates this evening. One is related to the 600 block of Santa Cruz Avenue. I know people are eagerly awaiting the arrival of the furniture. So it is scheduled to arrive later this week at the city's Public Works Corporation yard. And then our staff that you recognized earlier in this meeting and our Public Works team will be assembling the furniture, and then will be installed next week. And to help bring awareness and to celebrate the arrival, city staff will be on site on Sunday, May 31st to welcome the public to the new space. Picking that day as an opportunity to attract visitors from the nearby farmers market. And so the city council is welcome to stop by and see the new space with the newly installed furniture. It should have picnic tables, cafe tables and chairs, benches, and be available to provide approximately 72 seats to the public. And then the second thing I'd like to announce is a follow-up from last week's city manager report that we are on track for a special city council meeting on June 2nd to receive the presentations from the three proposers for development on the downtown parking lots 1, 2, and 3. The meeting has been added to the city calendar. I think right now we may be listing the start time at 5:30 or 6, but we still need to confirm the exact start time. As part of setting up that agenda item, we'll probably be doing it in a way that the council could provide feedback. So instead of simply being presentations, it's likely to be a study session. So more to come on that. And those are the reports for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Exciting. But do we have any city council member reports? Councilmember Schmidt.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. Just a quick one, just to build on the, I was at the HART Member Advisory Committee meeting a little bit earlier today. Just a really good example of us being part of a JPA organization that adds a lot of value behind the scenes. They talked about a lot of the services that they provide. They talked about things like rental assistance and other programs. So I'm glad we're a part of that organization. We're not a member of the board, so we don't have a super active role, but I think we benefit from some of their expertise and work on affordable housing. So just wanted to share that with everyone.
Thank you. I'd like to report out on two things. One is I was at the Council of Cities in Burlingame on Friday, and actually, first of all, we did appoint two people, one to LAFCO and one to HART. And unfortunately, I did not write those people down. There was only one applicant for each of those positions. And then we had an amazing dinner at one of the Greek restaurants there and toured the public plaza, which was really made me very excited about what we will be doing in our downtown. This one, their plaza is very big. And they had live music, games, a lot of people socializing, and it just adding a lot of vibrancy. And then I also wanted to give a shout out to staff for the Housing and Neighborhood Resource Fair, which was in Belhaven on Saturday. And it was incredibly well attended. There were lots, basically the whole room was full of the big cafeteria meeting room was full of information booths with all sorts of organizations there, and there were talks going on upstairs, and it seemed like it was very well attended, and people were getting lots of information and seemed very, very excited and active. So it was really good job, staff. So anything else? Thank you. The meeting is adjourned.